Good morning. Just getting ready for the stream. Okay. We will be continuing on with, excuse me, with our test driven development excitement extravaganza. Let's see. What do we want the font size to be? Probably about there. Losing so much real estate to, like Zelly J. It would be nice to not have the tabs at the top. I know I could get rid of the bits at the bottom. Let's see. Where did I put Firefox? Is this Firefox? Oh, that's bright. Okay. Give me your Firefox. You go on this screen. There we go. I like that. The future is terminal. All right. Here we go. Creating layouts. Interesting. Swapping layouts. Examples. Plugins. No way. Okay. I just want to know what the default keys are. And I know they're on the screen, right down at the bottom. But I want to get into expert mode. Maybe not. Maybe not. Why is there that extra? Okay. Hmm. All right. Let's get going. Oh, you know what I could do? I could do that. Doesn't really give us much. I feel like I'm missing out on like 7 lines of text, and I don't like that, especially when the text is zoomed in. Hmm. It has a zoom. Why is it not finding these things? Integration installation overview. Yeah. There. I think if I bumped a font to there, maybe it would be okay. Let's do it. We are in replicate. At the end, we just finished implementing fetch database request happy path for this request fetch database server API. Let's review it. We create a channel, a bounded channel, so we can give it back to the client and then asynchronously just send stuff. Get the checksum. Let's move this up. Destructure first. When do we need these? I don't think we need these for a while. Yeah. Okay. Oops. Thinking that we extract this out and handle this somewhere else. This is all very specific to getting the info at checksum. So I think this is a good candidate to have in its own function. After that, create the channel. This is the result of what will be the previous function. Iterate over the pages. And this should definitely be pulled out of here too. Okay, let's clean this up a bit. I wonder if it makes sense. No, it doesn't make sense to add this to the API. Okay. I want from here down to probably here. Extract into variable. What the heck did... No, we want that. We want a function for this. Okay. What would we call the function? We have archive. Now, we don't really want this kind of being the same name. We could have self.getDatabaseInfo at checksum. Sure, we could do that. Is it that interesting? Does it read that well? I think it makes it more confusing to have it on archive and on self. Hey, Spellcruncher. Jojo, how's it going? Yeah, happy to explain. Spellcruncher, we'll get right back to that. Let's see. Oh, it's too bad, Spellcruncher. It could also be that it was using an older version of the SQLite 3 DLL. Yeah, for that game that you're trying to fix. You might be able to look at the hex, like a hex dump of a SQLite 3.dll to figure out which version it is and try to go to a more up-to-date compatible version for it. And yes, Jojo, here. Watch your eyes. We're going to flip over to monodraw. It's going to be a little brighter. Yeah. Always. First time I go to monodraw. There we go. And let's kick on do not disturb. Oh, it is on. Okay. Okay. So what are we working on? Technically, we are working on data archive. We're in this piece of software at the moment. Previously, we had been working on data plane. Before that, VFS, a proxy. Okay, so we have a number of components currently in flight. The whole idea of the stack is to have a simple platform that you could upload your application to, and it would handle the scaling out of your application. I believe that most pieces of software that are online, from like WordPress to, let's say, GitHub, could be scaled out very, very efficiently if only they were sharded well at the beginning and they had something like this, right? Some method of data replication. Now, it's a generalization. Not all applications are created the same. And this specifically works for, I would say, read-heavy applications, right? Applications that change occasionally, where you get a number of views before a mutation. Right? Now, I don't really know what the percentage of writes to reads would be, but I think it could support a forum, message board, things that might have a little bit more interaction than just a WordPress site. So basically the bulk of all applications that are on the internet. That's kind of what we're targeting here. The idea is that you would end up with a writer, a bunch of readers. The proxy would direct mutations to the writer, reads to the reader, of course, or rather the non-mutations. A mutation would happen to get sent to the writer, your application. The VFS plugin for SQLite would record the mutation, send it to data plane on the same machine, which would also update the database. The data plane wouldn't, but you get the idea. It would send the mutation to a data archive, which would basically keep a running log of your database at every point in time and continue on. It would save that to a TiKV cluster and possibly a long storage to S3 or something compatible to the S3 API. But the hot path would be data mutation comes in, gets sent out to the other readers, and they get updated right away. We're talking, under 100 milliseconds. That's kind of like, I would say, fly.io with LiteFS. If LiteFS wasn't, LiteFS wasn't built on Fuse file system. That's insane. Well, yeah, that's me. That's me. But thank you for asking. I appreciate that. Let's see. In SpillCruncher, you used SigCheck to check the version. Oh, okay. Yeah, they could have done a custom build. I don't know why you would do a custom build unless there are, let's say, you can bake in certain VFSs, and they may have done that. Yeah, there are different extensions that you can enable. I doubt it's an optimization flag. It's much more because it's a DLL, right? The names have to be consistent. The export API has to. It's much more likely that it's failing due to version, but you said you checked that, or some extension that was baked in. All right, back to the code. So at this point, right, to give you a bit of a understanding of what's going on here, when a reader, now that we know what a reader is, starts up, it's a blank canvas. It needs to get all the databases, or maybe it has stale databases it needs to sync. It will ask the archive server, what does it have? What's in the archive? It will ask to be notified when a database is created or deleted. Then it will start to ask information about each database, one after the next, fetching the database. And we're currently working on this fetch database portion where, given a current request, technically this is a request for a database at a specific checksum of that database. So imagine a timeline of the state of the database, and instead of the timeline marked as epoch times, it's marked as a checksum. So you can say, I have this database at this checksum. Please give it to me, or give me updates since then. Fetch database response would then give you page numbers, the data, and the checksums for the pages. Well, technically this one is for that database at that period in time. So this is specifically if you don't have it and you're trying to download it. Next, we would get into streaming the database updates, but we're going to clean up and beautify fetch database first. SpellCruncher. Hopping in with Procmon. Interesting. Maybe there is an extension method that is being used. Yeah, it could be. Hopefully they didn't have a custom one. Good afternoon, ICS boys. How are you? Let's close that buffer. I don't know what to call this thing. Gonna try once more. Extract into function. No, no dice. Yeah, I'm doing well. Doing well. Have to get out into the shop today. Probably mid-morning, afternoon. Get some cleanup done. Gotta build some drawers. Built a new craft table for my wife. It's sitting on some cabinets that don't have drawers in them. So gotta get that going. I think, yeah, I even have the sliders for the rails already in the cabinets. I just have to build the silly little boxes. Hey, Scott. Let's see. Good question. You ask, besides reading the Rust book, what helped me the most to learn Rust? Streaming, oddly enough, did help a lot. People would come into the stream that happen to know Rust very well. Musean is a good mentor. I did read the Rust book, right? Lifetimes, chapter 4, right? You got to know lifetimes. Ownership, rather. It's all about lifetimes, how they work and whatnot. Um, Having little projects. I have had, 4 years worth of projects that I've really done nothing with. Occasionally, they've been useful. I'm on Starlink, but I was on like the very, very, very early version of Starlink, and so there were some let's say satellite gaps where I live, and so we built a buffering mechanism for goodness, what is this using? This isn't it's just using that flash technology from forever ago, isn't it? Um, but yeah, we built a little relay server so that the stream would be much more consistent. I don't use it anymore, but that was built. Basically, I just started building things. I did a little bit of, and I really enjoyed this, going through um, one of those websites, not Leak Code, but one of the other ones. Oh goodness, I'm spacing on the name. You can tell. It sounds kind of dark. The name does, but it's a very helpful website. It is. I want to. I'm thinking Overmind, but it's not Overmind. It's not Overwatch. Is it? It's not. No, no, no. Not Coursera. Free Code Camp. Nope, nope. Keep going. Getting closer. Ah, Exorcism. Yes, that's it. I used Exorcism quite a bit. Oh, no dark mode, I guess. Um, I did like the Exorcism course for Rust. That was nice. Um, what else did I do? I believe that so and just coming down to what I think about programming languages, I think a programming language is like very much like spoken language. If you want to become proficient in it, you need to speak it every day. So that's what I'm doing here on my stream. I don't spend long most days. I'm on vacation, so I'll spend a bit longer. But just, 30 minutes, an hour every day, I think helps quite a bit. Ah, You've been doing Rust every day, and Museum's great. Helped you on several occasions. That's fantastic. Yeah, try exorcism. Let us know what you think, or if you get into a situation where you need some help. Oh, I'm inside of a trait. I'm implementing a trait. All right. Oh, ICS boys. You started with hands-on method. I am very much a tactile learner, and so I will just jump into something like this and try to build something that I've built in the past. And for me, with Rust, I was replacing an Erlang game server that I had written. So we ended up using Actix. There was a lot of futures. It was pretty cool. Oh, interesting. So I see, I suppose you started learning how to code with Rust. That's cool. Yeah, I wonder sometimes if Rust is a good starting point or not. I've tried it with my kids. Um, I think they get it. They like the error messages. They're very useful. I started with, goodness, was it basic in high school? Forever ago. All right, let's let's extract this out to something else. Okay, what are we? We're implementing a trait on this. Do we have any other impls? We have server, we have impl server, impl blah for server. No, we don't. Okay. Let's toss it on here. Some utility functions. Scott, you did learn basic in 83. Yes, yes. It's like everybody's first language. I went from basic to, well, what was after basic? Maybe like cold fusion. Oh, I started doing a lot of web dev, and I don't really consider HTML a language. So maybe JavaScript. Remember, I got into JavaScript. I tried to actually build a JavaScript interpreter. I got pretty far actually. It's using Yak and Bison. Nice. And you started more or less 2 years ago. Well, let us know if you have any questions. And thank you for the follows, y'all. Jojo, Spellcruncher, I appreciate it. Let's see, pub. Async. It doesn't need to be pub. It's just an async function. Let's see. We're going to do, yeah, fetch something. Takes a self, a bunch of arguments. Probably returns something interesting. Say returns error. No. In this case, we wanted to return a tonic status. Let's pop back to where we were. We want all of this. Thank you. Toss that in there. All right. Shard, the database name. Oops. I was just staring at DB names, so I wrote DB name. I do that more often than I like. What else? It's U32. Let's appease it for a moment. Return unit. Get rid of the big errors. Okay. Oh, we don't have a trait bound on this here. We need a different impl. I didn't want a trait bound on new. Let's move that to the where clause, and we will say that DB also impls. Oh, goodness, what is it? It's self storage. Storage. There we go. Fetch something. Fetch database info. Add checksum. Not a fan. Okay. Then we will return db info at checksum. It should give us checksum data key. I thought did I just have a not usually dyslexic, but I just completely did that. Okay. However, a little utility function. We could test this alone if we wanted. We might. There are many error states in here, so that could be helpful. We just don't have a way to get into kind of setting this up and testing it. Oh, we do. Just create one, huh? Yep. Okay, that is testable. Now back to where we were. We need what? DB info at checksum equals self dot fetch database info at checksum, giving it the shard. Oh, they're incorrect because these are strs and it just wants us. Sorry, they're strings. It wants strs. Good. That reads better. Okay. I like this setup. See, let's bump this up here. We'll say that's part of that. So we have our transaction ID at the given checksum. And really what this is You have to kind of understand that you have to understand the data model, not kind of. You have to understand it to get this. And let's look at README or data archive. So we're using TiKV and SLED. SLED for testing, TiKV for production. All right. Now, what would happen here? In this case, we actually need to first map the checksum to a transaction ID. Transaction ID is three parts. It has the epoch in it. It has the salt value in it from the database, from SQLite's wall log, and it has the iChange value, all of which are incrementing values. Okay, and they appear in those 16 bytes in that order. Next, we go through the process, and this is what's coming up, right? Well, we will be looking at extracting and moving around. We have, for every page number, transaction ID mapping to the checksum to that page. Okay. Really, we're using this key as a means to find the transaction ID so that we can look up the page data for that transaction ID. The way that we store these, it's actually in reverse order so that we can say, what is the most recent transaction ID after a given transaction ID? Yeah, let's go to our drawing board here. Yeah. So what ends up happening? Let's see, I don't want to draw with that. Let's swap these around. No, this one. Okay. What ends up happening is, whoa. Oh, am I in paint bucket mode? My mistake. Apologies. Okay. You end up having, for every page, this would be, let's say, page 5, changes happening, right? And we're going to put them in reverse order. So change 1 happens here. And this is a bar, not a number. Change 2, change 3, right? And this is basically a simplification of the transaction ID. Transaction ID is epoch plus those two values from the wall log, right? The salt. Technically, it's salt 1. Right? So it's that plus that plus that. Okay. But here's our simplification. We have transaction ID 1, 2, 3, right? 4. And let's say this page is getting hammered in the database. There are changes that are happening all the time. So as a server starts up, it might get, right, a checksum that represents let's say it represents, item 6. A little secret here is that not every one of these happens for every page. Right? So you don't have a transaction ID for every checksum. Right? And not every page is included in every transaction. Imagine you have a very large database, and each change creates a transaction. We give that a number. So not every page is included in every transaction. So let's say that we were given, not there. Let's erase that. Let's say we were given a transaction at this point here, right? A transaction 4. But it doesn't exist for this page. We have to actually search in this direction to find transaction 3 for page 4, right? For the state of the database at this point in time. Some other pages, yep, maybe they were included in transaction 4, but not all of them were. So we need to find what the database state is for every page at this point in time for the database. Sorry, this is my meandering around explaining that. I feel like I went in circles at one point, but I hope you stayed with me. And if it wasn't clear, let me know. I'm happy to meander a bit more. So the next piece does that lookup for that page. We'll try to find the transaction ID at a specific point or past it, right? Kind of going backwards in time. And given that key, we will also have the checksum, and we should be able to get the page data. We send that back. Basically, this gives us a one request, one response. We don't have to do much of a scan. It just gives us the next one. Should be pretty cheap. Coming back to replicate. Okay. Now the first part, find most recent page to transaction. This is on archive. I would like it to be kind of extracted out into some utility function. Maybe the whole spawn. How do we want to do this? We can't really place it on self, but we could pass this information to some function. We could add something to archive. I don't like that. That's more of the database interface. I called it archive instead of database because there was another database. Yeah. So yeah, archive wraps the database. I just don't want the gRPC types being responded or being included in that. So for these errors here, this is more of a utility function that we would have at the gRPC server level. Well, we have everything we need. That ends up returning a checksum info. Extract into variable. Thank you. No. I'm going to go just before the tests. Toss it here for a moment. This is after the other impl. Async function. Edge. We'll have to give it a bit of info. Archive is like our self. Oh yes, DB. And to pass that. Oh, you're just using async for your TTS bot project? That's pretty cool. What are you using for text to speech. When I started using Rust about 4 years ago, and a couple months now, this was before async came out, so we were writing futures by hand. That is cool. Using wakers, I mean, so much happens behind the scenes when you set up async, or when you just use create an async function. It's amazing. Okay, so we'll have that. We need usual suspects. Shard. We need DB name. What else? DB name. Page number. Oh, and transaction ID. Okay. We'll give this a result. This should be some sort of page, like a U32 maybe. Oh, there's two values. Two values, right? Check some info. What is this type? Does it know it yet? No. Okay. Just toss a unit in there with tonic status. Yes. He started using a little. It's huge and complex. It is. It really is. We need to return. Okay, check some info. Oh, what is this? It just returns. Ah, in this case, we had an error, and we actually want to stop our processing in the previous function. Yeah, so I was cheating a little bit. Oh, we didn't get a sender. Maybe send should not be a concern of this. Not sure how much logging we should have for that though. Kind of want to detangle this a little bit. Like this. This could be back up at the top. Find the result. We log that we couldn't do that. We send an error message. Oh, ICS was. You made a logging crate. That's cool. How'd you decide to do that? I'm gonna pour myself some hot water. You know what? Hmm. Okay. Let's call this back where we were. Where were we? We were here? No, here. I'm so tired of that. Async move. Or another function that kind of wraps this. Let's call this fetch database page. At this point, we give it everything. Copy of the sender, shard, DB name. Archive there. Anything else? Oh, transaction ID. Let's create this function. Oh, do I want to see your logger? Sure. Now, did you implement the log interface? Logx. Okay, let's take a peek. Copy link address. Oh, this is completely different from log. Nice. You can log metadata. Oh, very cool. Colorized output, paranoia mode. Interesting. What was your motivation? This is pretty cool. I like it. It was you were searching some advanced and easy to use log crate. Nice. Different log levels per module. Yes. Nice. Well, thank you for sharing. That's pretty cool. If I could spell. Okay. Now in here we actually call. No, 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 no. There we go. Fetch most recent. There we go. Archive. Shard. Maybe name. Yep. Oh. Page number. Oh, did we not have the page number? We didn't. And transaction ID. What this returns a result. Not sure at the moment because we're packing everything into this. It should just handle it all. Ortonic status. Oh, as a guru of async, do you know when it will be possible to have a pointer to an async function? Um, Interesting. What do you need a pointer to an async function for? Like you can box an async blob. I think you can. How is it? Box methods. No, I want to be. Well, that's nightly only. Um, but I think it impulse future or something. Do you? Yeah, it impulse future as well. Oh, well, best of luck. Let us know how it goes. All right. So I'm considering maybe not, maybe if there is something that is not an exceptional error, but it's kind of a an error that needs to be sent back to the sender. Maybe we return that somehow. Oh, you have an array of functions that are callbacks of your bot commands. Yes, there you go. This gets rid of the everything needing to be the same type problem. Because even if you had function pointers, they would be different types. So you still need to box them anyways. So, and you can box an async function. Or rather, you can box a future. So you can have like a box new async blob here. Probably, it's an async move. Yeah. So you can do it with a async block. You should be able to do it with a future as well, because you need to give it parameters, don't you? Oh, what is this? Oh, of course. It does not need to be named. Can we do that? They're unstable. Async closures. I don't know. I've never done it, but there's probably something you can do by boxing it. I know you can box the async task or the future. I think you can box. Well, you could box a type that implements future as well. Yeah, if all of your command functions implement the same, oh, you got me thinking about this now. The same interface, then they could each be their own type. You can box the type, execute the thing. There are ways. Anyways. All right, coming back to my kerfluffle here. Whoa, no, go back, go back, go back. All right, so I'm basically extracting this stuff out to that because I don't like working inside of this async move. Whenever I just go to write text, this little spawn pops up. I don't like that. Just toss this down at the bottom. Okay. We'll have foobar getting called after the other one. So we do that. We get some sort of result. Foobar, and we give it whatever the result is, plus a whole bunch of other stuff. What does I want? The trait, okay. Infallible is not implemented for unit. Yep, we'll get there. Oh, what am I doing? Now it's going to do everything inside of fetch database page. Good. Okay. Oh, that's yes, boys. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. All right. Async move. So we're doing everything in this function. Sender, receiver. Okay. What are we missing? Sender archive shard name. Sender archive shard name. Oh, we need the page number. There we go. It technically doesn't need to be a stir at this point. Oh well. Okay. So at this point, we call this function and foobar. Okay. Now I can operate in this function without that little pop-up happening. Oh, that's going to be so much more comfortable. Lovely. Okay. What's going on here? Ah, yes. We need to give it a fetch database response. Just to force the types there. There. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I would like to collect the response or the error. Right? So I would like to collect that before sending it to the channel. So like here, I would like to say like sender.send result, whatever that happens to be. Then we handle the we could not send to the user in one place. Because we do this over and over again. So in these cases, we want to return the error from this. Let's change this to Oh, yeah, that works. Conic status works. We just don't send. Now, in these cases, I actually want to pass error through. What is the type we really want to return here? This is check some info. It's an option to check some info. No more sender here. These go away. At this point, we return the error, which means we just need to map find result error. We could do an inspect as well if we wanted. This goes away. Oh, we have result of result. Oh, yes. Okay. Why is it indented so much? I feel like I have a formatting issue. No, that's okay. It's so weird. Okay, I like that. That's better. Now, this is checksum blah, 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 blah. This is checksum info result. Now, at this point, we will pass the error through. Fill match arms. Oh, we do not want that. We need to hold on to the error. Fill match arms. Okay. Now, in this case, if it's an okay sum, we'll do one thing. Okay, none, something else. The error. Calling it like a foo bar, aren't we? What is this? Yeah, see these little sends. We want to get rid of these. Just have one error returned. This send here, same thing. Oh, where's my water? Okay. So foobar, what do we call you, foobar? You are getting page data. Well, let's call you fetch page data. Something like so. And this none, this info here, I want to bubble up. Let's bubble that up. It's going into this. We'll have an OK none. This will get translated into an error. Or not. We could do that here. Oh, it's a result. We could transpose it. And we do an OK or else. And then a flatten. Oh, this I don't know. That won't read well. Let's just do it this way. Some. We have our checksum info. Yeah, we'll just call foobar in here. Oh, wait, we gave it a name, didn't we? Fetch database page. I don't want to give it the sender. Come back to that. If it's an OK none, we're actually going to turn that into an error, which would be that goes here. Okay, the rest of that goes away. Need all the parens. Okay. Pass the error through. Incompatible types. Oh no. Now at this point, result is the something. I actually want to change this to that. Deconstruct that. Well, we could pass it in. We just want the transaction ID and the page checksum. That goes away. Same thing here. Oh man, I love leaning on the formatter. This here, this also goes away. No longer have that. Return that okay. All right. Page transaction ID. Let's call that a usize, maybe. Get rid of that. We need to archive. Shard DB name. Yes. Page number is not in scope. All right. Those were kind of nice to haves. The caller knows what the DB checksum is that they sent. We don't have to echo it. Upon value transaction. Oh, because it's page transaction ID. There we go. Expected unit, because our return type is incorrect. Fetch database response. Oh, really? We're only passing the page checksum in so that we can build a response. Oh, do I care enough? You know, it's a big enough refactor. I think I'm about done with the refactor. There's always more you could do. Okay, which page data? It's called from here. What? Okay. Archive short. Yeah, it's just going to be exactly those. Let's see. Transaction ID in this case. That becomes result. It was moved. Let's just borrow that. Okay. And here. So we fetch the most recent page to transaction. We map the error. Pass the other error through. So in the case of a none, it becomes a not found. I kind of want to extract the sum none a little higher. I think it's fine for now. See if the tests pass on the right side. They did. Nice. Hmm. That's not what I meant to do. How funny. What's that? Okay. Hands off the keyboard. Let's figure out Zilly J. Um, N. No, Control N. Resize it back to where you were. Over there on the right. Maybe there. Okay. Now what I wanted to do was to focus in on it. Let's just run them all. We have a test that's not implemented, which is fine. Okay. We now have our function extracted. Good. Do this, do this. All the logic is down below. I like that we have one place that we send. That's been cleaned up. Very nice. Whether or not it's a success or failure, it's here. And then in each of the portions, we convert them to successes or failures accordingly. We could, we could look at test coverage. Do we want to look at test coverage right now? Holy cow, it's snowing. Wow. Oh, it reminds me, I need to get some argon. I have to do some welding. Probably next week I'll go get the argon. Yeah, the welding supply place. I don't know if they're open right now. Okay. All right. No. What do we want to do here? Hey, Venezianora. You've been watching. Well, thank you. We had a great Christmas here. I appreciate that. I hope all of you had a great Christmas, good holiday. You've been watching since 2020. Wow. I started streaming September 2020. It's been a while. I have gotten more gray since then. That night, it's been fun. Took a long break in there. Um, I appreciate the enduring nature of a bunch of people on Twitch. Where to? We could go on to the next bit of functionality. This one here. This actually has two portions. Let's go into data proto. Here's data proto. Stream database request. See. I'm not sure if I like the simplification that I did before. So there's two options here, right? There are two possibilities of a request. One, where it sends the NDB checksum, and one without. The possibility where it sends the checksum is very, very similar to what we just did. In this case, you only get the pages that have been updated. Right? Previously, like what we just did, it would send us all the pages. Right? Essentially, it's this without a starting checksum. In this case, we want the most recent change that happened to a database page between these two checksums. It's an alternative path to just downloading everything. Right? If you have the database, let's just change the pages that need to be changed, and you're on your way. It could be much smaller. Imagine you have a massive database, million pages, and only 1,000 have been updated. This would be a much smaller download. The other possibility here is that after you're up to date, you just need all future streams, all future updates. Includes everything, including like if page 5 is getting updated second after second after second, and it took us 10 seconds to update, then you're going to get, a bunch of updates to page 5 over and over and over again. There's also the challenge that we need to go from streaming from the database up to now, right? As data's coming in. So the option has a separate flow as well, in that it needs to kind of buffer a little bit of data and send just what needs to be sent. Because in the first case, where the end is set, it's very similar like a download, in that the state can be inconsistent. The state of a database might result in corruption if you started reading it before. However, when the option is not provided, if the end is not provided, then we need to send every page so the database is always correct. But I don't like them being mixed in here. I really want to split them out. That means data plane, which has already been done, a portion of it anyways, has to get updated. I think it's the right thing to do, though. Let's say RPC fetch database updates. Fetch database updates request returns a stream of fetch database updates. All right, we need an S here. Yeah. I know the protos are broken. We're just getting there. Wait a moment. It's basically this without the option. And then this goes away. We need the response object, which will look a lot like this. And in this case, now this, I think, we do not need the database checksum at this point. They know what the end DB checksum is going to be. They sent it to us. So after we've sent them all of the pages, they just validate that it's been updated to the end checksum. Okay, that's good. Now this one no longer is optional because the database has to be in a consistent state after every change. Yeah, I know we got some issues now. Let's go back to replicate. Come on. Tell me that it's broken. Oh, where is it here? Oh, sort items by trait definition. That's awesome. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Hmm. Oh, I like that. Why? Because then you could. Oh yeah. Does trait definition make sense? What is it actually? Is it the same as a proto file? Get databases. Get databases. Fetch info. Fetch database. Yeah, I think it's in the order in the proto file. Okay. However, I, I would much rather just tell it to add add the method for me, but it's not going to do that. All right, we need fetch database updates. Yes, from that file. Oh, it's hidden, of course. We will open data proto source generated. Is it hidden here too? There it is, generated data archive. Fetch database. That. Okay, because that's a much different behavior than the other one. Let's come back to replicate. Let's go to the other matching bracket. Wait, that's not what I wanted. That is not what I wanted. Generate data archive. Here it is. Need those. All right. Um, import that. Now we have to change this one. Um, Docker stream item is. Where did I specify this before? Yeah, it's just a receiver stream. And the receiver stream gets a result of fetch database updates response or tonic status. There we go. Okay. Lovely. Now I know this ended up just breaking data proto. Data proto is gone, man. All right. Lies? No tests passed? Oh, it's data proto. Goodness. That's a data plane. Okay. Wrong one. There, that one's broken. There's your problem. All right. Come back to data archive where we are at the moment. Okay. I like the idea of splitting this. This is good. The status update bit feels like it should be something else. At this line 16. Should that be really on this or something else? Yeah, this is old. See the commit here. This should probably be something else like the checksum. Like my database is at this version. And the most recent one becomes the leader. It updates, continues on. Okay. Enough thinking about that. Just gave myself a bunch more work, which is good. This is an improvement. Now, what kind of request is this? This is a fetch database update request. That's our info. Now, this is going to be very, very similar to this here. Is it the same? Yeah, we need this. Let me think through this. Um, so if somebody has a database, it's at a specific version. And they need all updates between two different versions. Okay. We have to look up the database transaction ID for each of those versions. So we need to do that. Look up twice. The reason we do it twice is so that we can filter out the ones that the client already has, because not all pages would have been updated within the time range, the range of the transactions. So we get that twice. Then we look these up, filter out the ones that are not within the transaction range. Yeah. Oh man, the work we did 2 days ago is really going to help today, because it's essentially the same thing, just filtering. Actually, it is exactly the same with filtering. Wow. Okay, if it is exactly the same, only with filtering, can we just make it the same? Can we just say, okay, let's pass in an option, some or none, here, have like a start and an end. And in the case of a page not being found, right? In one case, this would not be an error. We just wouldn't send anything. We would just return quietly from this task. Yeah. Okay. So let's rename some things. We need a start and an end transaction. In this case, this is the start transaction ID. It's an option. Option. Okay. Fetch most recent page to transaction. What do we want to filter it out here? Because in this case, we do send a range. The search key has no end. Or do we want to filter it out after this? Hmm. I think we want to push it. So we have a start. And here, this is also a start. In this case, it would just not return it. That would be nice because it would keep us from searching too much in the database. Like it reduces the load a little bit, maybe. So that would be a range from. This here wants range bounds. It's our start or from bound from search key. And what do they call it? Is it a from and to? Oh wait, let's see. We could do surrounding add. Okay. Yes, it's an option. Okay, we only want this if it exists. So this range should be the result of some match. I've switched back from Vim to Helix and I keep typing the wrong thing. All right, there's range. Again. Do we need to box these? I hope not. I don't really want to box them. All right. So in the none case, we get that. Get down to the other error in a moment. Let's cause the error here first. And in this case, we have from search key to search key. Incompatible types. Yes, I know. I know. We have a range and a range from. This just cares that it's range bounds, which is perfect. Okay. Close, but not quite. Run. Run. We have our boxes. Now it doesn't know what type this is because we want range bounds. I thought this was allowed. Here. Oh, I have to erase the type info? As box. Something here, maybe? Oh, range bounds isn't in the scope? Oh, maybe that's just the issue. Missing. Figure it out? It needs to be sync. Can I get rid of these? Uh, not be made into that. Sync. Let's try not deleting. Cannot be made into an object. Okay, same problem as before. How am I getting this wrong? What should we be doing here? Gonna pour some water. Hit send. Range bounds is not. think I remember seeing this. There's a bug referenced, not sized. Um, do we just have to say plus sized? And here, yeah, see, it's maybe sized for reasons, I guess. What was it? No. There was a bug reference somewhere about, I think it was about range bounds, but I'm not saying it. It's the wrong one. This one. Here we go. Oh, thank you. Dark mode. I'm trying to avoid implementing. Yes, see, that's what I want. Try using it as a bound. Yeah, I could see that, but all right, fine. What else? basically we could implement. We just move this up into the match. That would solve it. Not the way I want to solve it, but it would let us give unique ranges as this function here is generic. So instead of boxing it, we have a little bit more code duplication. All right, makes me a little sad. So let's say we have KV pairs instead, KV. No longer need the type. That goes away, that goes away. And what do we have here? That in two places. Now we are range. Okay, get rid of this. Oops, I got rid of a little too much. Oh, from search key. That's right. So that goes for everything. This is from search key dot dot to search key. We only ever need one. Now we have our consistent type. Gotten around that. I am very curious. How do you box up ranges? Can they just not be turned into objects? Or trade objects? No. I wanted to include the word trade object. Anyhow, let's continue. We have a solution. We could see, we have from for both of them. Because, okay, no more changes needed here. Now we need to provide an end transaction. Find most recent page to transaction. This is being used in one place. Yes, in database page. So now we pass end transaction. Now we have our end transaction ID. Good. But now we have to optionally change this. In one case, you want all the pages. In the other case, you don't want all the pages. So I don't like specializing it just here. Feels like it would be too messy. All right. Yeah, I think we should pull this out of the result block. This option we should handle. No, no, no. How do we do that? We have three different things going on. We have the fact that we need to send information back. And so information needs to reach the bottom of the function. Errors will get passed through here. We want successes to just be passed through. Let's update this. One of those. This goes away. And we fix that up here. So the concern here is just simple and pass through. Easy to read, reason. Okay. Now, what is this type? That's a result to an option. Okay, let's transpose that. Now it's an option to a result. Now, if we get nothing back, I actually want to pair this with something else. Let's do that. I'm going to have that and transaction ID dot is some. Oops. There we go. There's our little truth table. And we can document inside here what's going on. All right. So in the case of some, like we received something back, that just passes through. So we could elide that, get rid of that. Oops. One too many. So our happy path value just passes through. Okay. Now in the case that we received nothing and we got nothing back, we actually want to bail early, don't we? That's a return. So in this case, we return OK unit. That's absolutely okay. Now, this leaves the error here. Music's gone. It's like it heard me. Okay, that much better. And by doing that, we've basically just implemented that whole function. Wow. We'll have to do 2 of these. Just gonna grab that. Okay. Here. You know, this can actually be deduplicated. Yeah. So in this case, we want none, right? What we call this? Spawn fetch, page fetch tasks. Might as well. That doesn't really have a return type, does it? We're not keeping track of the join handles. What do we need? Short name archive. Chart db name. What else? Oh, we need the sender. Oh, and the return type. Is it the same for each one of these? It should be. Hold on, let's go check our proto file. This and this are the same. Okay. This is now fetch partial database request. Hmm. Or we folded into this one. Oh my goodness, maybe it should have just been an option on this. It's becoming clear now. I think it should have become that with this being an option. Okay. What's the problem? Line 69. Talk failed. Expected equals. What is it? Is it okay now? No, it's still broken. Do optional elements have to be at the end of a file? It is. Is it optional? Oh, it is optional. Okay. And it says fetch database updates request is not defined. Okay. Just making sure we got rid of all of them. It goes away. Okay. Proto's finished. Oh my goodness, how did I not see that before? Let's put this back. Put it back, put it back. And we'll just have like a start transaction ID and an end transaction ID. All right. Start DB checksum. Now we want this to be, we need to keep our terms correct. Fetch, we have start and end. Okay, so I have these backwards. I don't know. I like this interface over the network better. Starting at this time, going to this time. Always provide the end. If you need everything, you provide a none here. This is it's a timeline. The implementation details can hide the complexities, but this means that start and end kind of named wrong here. So when we come down here, this should be end. We will always have the end one. We will not always have the start. Let's see. Start. Let's start DB. Oh, can we await in here? We can't await in here. Any code following this unreachable. No code actions available. Oh, come on. Start. So U32. This is unknown? Really? Missing DB checksum. No, 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 no. Proto. Be better, Proto. What happened? Hmm. It says it's fine. Are you fine, Proto? Or go. It's happy, but I'm not. Oh, are you okay now? Hmm. Okay. This function returns the result. Really? This should just be, oh, you know what? We need this as well. So we just want the end checksum. Okay, we have checksum. Start transaction ID. Okay. Well, what doesn't it like? Let some. Yes, we're inside of that. Curly brackets instead, please. Hey, ICS boys. Oh, you're welcome for the transaction. The suggestion. I'm glad it worked out. Yeah, let's take a peek. Copy link. Bot commands. Okay. Nice. Oh, yeah, yeah. You have to pin it. That's right. Yep. I forgot about pin. Nice. Give it a function. It returns a future. Oh, that's perfect. Is this the whole thing? Oh, wow. Okay. List all commands. Bot commands. Commands read. Okay. Test command. Okay. So you have test. You have list. Oh, this is perfect. Nice. Very nice. That's cool. I'm glad it's working. Okay. Now this works. However, the naming elsewhere is broken. So let's rename these. Because at this point, we're going from the end to the start. Okay. And in here, we'll need that. Oh, and you learned something new. Oh, that's awesome. Glad we're both doing that. Very cool. Okay. Now this point, let's see, match. Can I find page? Okay, good. It's okay. We receive no results and have a start transaction ID. Okay. Start was given. This is where we fetch the page. All right, but one more level here. We go from the end to the start. I keep going down the rabbit hole here. Find most recent. This becomes start. Oops. There we go. From and to. Good. All right. I think we're good. Oh, yes. And this just doesn't even exist now. Yep. Okay. Just making sure it's not the one above. Bye bye now. Bye bye. Okay. What? Context? Oh, I changed the name. And it now has a optional bit. Okay. This is our test context. Request fetch database. In this case, we want the entire database. Request fetch entire database. No. We're going to bubble up the issue. Start DB checksum is an option to a U32. Start DB checksum. Okay. Errors elsewhere. Ah, interesting. DB page. What are we doing here? Changed server pages. Why is this none? Okay, I'm not understanding why this changed. Oh, this is in data plane. My mistake. Yes, okay. This whole section is broken. Goodbye. Replicate, okay. Okay, that one's data plane. What about this one? That's also data plane. So what is it? Control T? I want the paths. I want D. Where is D there? All right. Anyhow, request fetch database. Fetch database wants an end and a start checksum. Okay, this is the end checksum. Well, in this case, it's just pretty simple. We don't have any tests requesting partials. Ooh, good, good. Okay, that one, I know it's broken. That one's okay. It just says to do. All right. So let's do this again. Okay, we create 3 databases. Now this is fetch partial database. Fetch database partial. There we go. We'll do that. Okay, now let's break it by giving it, this is the end checksum. Oh, no, no, no. We need the database to mutate. And then we need a new checksum. So this will be the end start checksum? No, no, no. So we're a client to this point. I'm going to go from here to there. Start, because at this point, they don't know that we're storing it in reverse order. So this is the beginning. Mutate the DB. Then we get the checksum again. This becomes the end checksum. I'll find value checksum in the scope. Good. This is a no. Yes. All right. We still need to mutate the database. But after that, we should have only received some pages. So this will break. Let's change the database and update the checksum for it. How do we do that? Do we have anything on test context for that? Let's see. Oh, it's context. Our data archive. What do we have? We have a create database. Let's toss on there a mutate database as well. I don't know, function? Does it need to be async? I guess we'll find out. And what do we want? We want self. We want the database name. Some results so we can bubble this up box. All right, what shall we do? Test utils. We can say update test DB, and we can update a row. It creates a note, updates it. Okay. Nice. Now we need some path. And we will update row, I don't know, row 1. Everything went fine. There were no errors. All right. Well, now we have a mutate. Happy? You are mutated. Now, the checksum, we didn't actually update the checksums in the database. We fix that. I have to iterate over the pages and then update it manually. Oh, I don't like that. Let's go to no, db checksum. So we have this for rolling checksum. Resize all that. Let's look on db. It's not that. I want like a test utility on this. I want like a refresh. Refresh is a little bit of a remove and add. Yeah, let's put that in a test context. I don't want to put it here. It should never really be called. Extend standard error. Check some db from name. No, we don't want that. We want self dot checksumdb is to remove database. We need the path. I just want to grab a path. Thank you. No, that's not it. I'm feeling so lazy at the moment. Mutate database. There it is. Okay. We'll say you remove it. Oh, it's option. What if it doesn't exist? We get a none back. Okay, don't care. Self.checksumdbs.add database db path. That should return u32 result error into. Oh, do we have to await this? No. What's it saying? It doesn't know how to change the error. Okay. Can't we do into? There we go. Now we can refresh the database checksum. Look at that. Cannot find checksum. Oh, right. Because we changed the database, but we didn't store the changes. Let's see. Anna, thank you for the follow. And who is once? Thank you for the follow. Out of range. Yes, yes, yes. The database doesn't know about this new checksum because we didn't put those updated pages in the database. You know what? You know what I need for this? I need a copy of the database. I have to diff the pages. I have to put the pages in. Basically, we're building out portions of. Watch your eyes. Monodraw's coming. We're building out portions of this. Right? Basically, we're making changes to a database. This thing is detecting that there's a change and sending it over to here. But because that's not really fully built out yet, and we're in a different piece of software, we're going to do it here. Because essentially, we're just putting diff pages into the database. And we need to checksum for that. So in our mutate database, we have a lot more work to do. We need a copy of it, of the old one. We have to open them, check all the pages. There's only, what, 14 pages. It's a small database. All right. And I wonder which one of my tests is taking so long. That's been bothering me. Okay. So how do we copy a file to another place in Rust? Standard FS. I think there's a copy. One file to another. Okay. Two paths. DB path, backup path. Join format. We will have DB name backup. From DB path to DB backup. Now we have an error type. Yay. Happy day. DB backup path. What is their transaction ID here? Is this the epoch with nothing in it? Oh dear. Okay. All right. So now we need to read both, compare them. We want, is it this? Chunks, enumerate, read that, GB bytes chunks. Yeah, we want basically this twice. Mostly this. Updated DB bytes. Really? We have backup. We have updated. We're going to chunk that. We're not going to enumerate yet. Dot zip. Updated DB bytes. Dot chunks. To use size. Dot pow 12. Dot enumerate. Okay. Yeah, what is this type? Okay, that's reasonable. And we need the backup. Should be references. Okay. Now we need to loop over that for page. No, this is going to be index with a result. Why is there a result? This is just chunked. There's no result. It's a tuple. The first piece is going to be the backup bytes. The next is the updated bytes. Okay. Now, if those are different, if is not equal to updated bytes, then how about if it is the same, we just continue? Okay. Now, if it is different, we need a checksum DB. Okay. Total database pages. So we need that as well. That should not have changed. Checksum DB get. Okay. This should be. Oh, I don't know which one. This is the updated. So as DB path is the updated one. Okay, fine. We need to do this here inside of the mutate. So this will have to say is the end checksum. Refresh database checksum needs to move inside of here. So after we update, we refresh. And this is just the DB name. Okay. I'll leave that for a moment. Okay. Basically, we need to do this. Oh. So this is the end DB checksum. We need a transaction ID. And we have to set the database state. Oh, I forgot about that. We have to do this stuff because we have to update the transaction ID. We don't have to update the info because that didn't change, just the state. Char database name checksum. This is n checksum transaction ID. We now need something new here. 0. Just going to increment that by 1. Epoch. What is epoch? Fine. That should be a function. Oh, function. Epoch. Sure, on self. Is this a U64? Yes. Okay. Much better. And we could increment that if we wanted to. We could have like some starting epoch and just monotonically increment that. Test epoch data. Okay, but we incremented it there. Our transaction ID is deleted false. False transaction ID and checksum. Oh, we're not async. Pub async function. Okay, so we set the database state. Anything else we need to do? I don't think so. I just need to finish this. Where's the end checksum? Refresh. There's end checksum. Oh, it's just called end checksum, not NDB checksum. Sure. Because we have pages too. Oh, that's right. Zero based DB page. Okay, now it's one based. Now we have the page data, which is the updated bytes. So now we have a change. What about the transaction ID? Do we need to give it back a transaction ID or a checksum or something? Oh, left and right, 0 to 14. What? 640. Oh, we need to await that. Oh, unwrap. Now, what are we expecting? There should not be 14 changes. Left 0. What? Page count, expected page count. So we have our starting checksum. We have our end checksum, our start checksum. That should have updated. Like the checksums should be different. Search, not equal. Start checksum and end checksum. Wow. Are they the same? They should not be the same. Ah, they are identical. They should not be identical. Did I neglect to await something? Mutate the database. Update test.tb. Execute batch. That should change it right away. Oh. I believe this should compact. Like this should draw the data back into the DB because the connection is closed. Okay. So we refresh the database checksum. Why did the checksum not change? So we do that. Then we refresh database checksum here. Remove the database, add the database. That should have just loaded up the entire file. Yeah, we just checksum the pages. All of them. Like maybe update doesn't do what I think it does? Updates, set blah, row ID. Yeah, we update a note. That should like panic otherwise. Here, how about while I'm here, that should be like so. Okay, we have standard error. Let's toss this on some more real quick. Okay, that's just some words. That's fine. All right. Data plane. Yeah. Can I close that? Ah, good. Now we can bubble that. Make sure we're getting the errors. What? Oh, that's an option. Yeah, you're fine. Why is that not getting updated? Um, maybe fast rand is initialized to the same seed every time. That's very likely. Therefore, the page is identical on disk because we set it to the exact same phrase. Here we set it to 42. And each time we iterate through here, we would have gotten something different. But because, oh, doesn't feel like this is it though. Could be that it didn't compact the wall, it didn't commit the wall log into the database because we have a SQLite handle elsewhere. I don't see. I think we would have already initialized this on the thread because we would have created test TBs in order to run this test. So the seed should already have been initialized. How do we know if this worked? We could not use tempter for this test and go inspect it. Let's do that. Let's look and see. Because we either need to know, is our checksumming not working, or is our database updating not working? And right now it's a little bit of a black box. We'll test only that. What? No, 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 no. Test partial should be enough. Good. Let's modify our test context. So right now we're using that. I'm testing. Testing partial. Sure, why not? Standard file system make creator. That's a stir. What? No function named from stir. Oh, okay. Everything else should work. On our test context is. Oops. Right. What's this? Tempter support as path docs. I fixed this with my previous project. Um, as ref. That gives us a path. And path buff as ref. Also gives us a path. Okay, great. We'll use as ref. Wait, as, yeah, ref. Type annotation. No, no, you don't need type annotations. At this point, why don't I just dereference it? Okay. Do that a couple more times. Oops. Self to self. Let's see. Method set to be deleted state not found for the struct. Oh, did I just get rid of it? No. How did I do that? All right. Well, that's not good. Mm, this is going to make a mess, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. It's this right here. Basically, we get the deleted state. Really? That is. How do I want to get that function back? It's in Git. Um, maybe I'll just let's go to source hut. Reverb. Sources. Reverb. Tree. Data archive source. What was it? It was set db deleted state. And the test fails. Good. No. It left us a little gift. Oh, look at that. Oh, interesting. Happy.db3 and happy.db3.backup are different sizes. Interesting. It got smaller by how much? Let's see. 61440 minus 57344. Yeah, by a page. One page is gone. It would not have the same checksum with a page gone. Wow, and let's. Oh, this is the sled database. Okay, that's fine. Blobs, conf. So we updated the database. It got smaller or larger. Got larger. Diff. Happy and oh no. They differ. Good. Diff. Oh no. And fun. They also differ. Okay, so everything looks to be mostly the same. Oh, sorry, they're mostly correct. Except for that these two appear to be different. Oh, you know what I have? SQLite. No, I have SQL diff. Ha ha ha. We want. All right, so our backup. Happy.backup and happy. What happened? Oh, look. It changed. One row. Which row? Row ID number 1. Okay. To me, This either means that, what does it mean? Okay, let's go back. First tab. Okay, we're in the test context. We're in mutate database. So we copied it here. So there's our backup. We update the backup, basically changing that one row. And then our checksum was supposed to be different. Now, coming through here, what happens? Get the path. We remove the database. We add the database. Adding the database checksums the pages and inserts it. We get the full database checksum back. But it apparently was resulting in the same thing, even after we removed it. Maybe it worked correctly. We are somehow holding on to, like there's an error with our checksum DBs. Because we're using one fast map or so this type here. Oh, dash map. We're using dash map. Maybe we're getting stale data. The checksum that we got here from the add. Let's return that. Oh, we are. Refresh. So we call refresh. We get the end checksum. We insert that. Is this end checksum getting returned? It's not. What is this end checksum? Let's debug that. dbg. It's going to complain about the stuff already existing. So we need to change back from there to there and there to there. Yeah. Oh, it looks like it actually worked. Oh, well, I don't like it. Huh. Monroe, thank you for the follow. Well, okay. Oh, it doesn't like that. Oh well. All right. Quickly change this back. Path. Why don't I just make this like some little function? Tempter path. How about we just have db path? Um, self.tempter dot path dot join db name. Oh, we have a path buff. Okay. db path, db name. Is it not a db a path buff at this point? It is a path buff. Oh, that's special. Okay, that's different. Um, join. Here we go. Here's another one. Self.db path. And I'm thinking about the other problem at the same time. Just kind of mulling it over. All right. Good. All right. Now it's easier to flip back and forth between the two test types. All right. Oh, do you see what I see? Tell me, do you see what I see? A checksum? A checksum. A checksum is different. Okay, do that again. It's different. That means that this checksum right here, is possibly correct. So we got that back after checksumming the database. This database checksum was not happy. Checksum DB from name. Checksum DB.get. Did we not update everything we needed to? Checksum DBs. We added and removed. I think this is maybe a problem in how we're doing addition and removal to this. Add database. DB checksums. We insert. What about remove? DB checksum remove. Okay. Okay, I am confused here. That seems reasonable. But why is it that inside of mutate, right here, after we refresh the database checksum, we get the right value? And this is from an add. Doesn't add put the data where it's supposed to be so that, like, database checksum, wherever that was being called, gets the data? It seems like they're getting data from the wrong spot. What if we didn't do the add? Let's just leave the add out. Return okay 0. Okay. What happens? We should get it should bail out here. It did not. We're still using the same pieces. Checksum DB. It has an arc to that. That's fine. And cloning this, is it doing the right thing when we clone it? I want to know if it has, like, which databases it has in it. Get DB, checksum, add database, remove database. That should have removed it. So if it's removed, how are you getting it? Let's go back to the test. Here. Test context, mutate. So we get the checksum before and after. This should remove it from, just make sure, DB checksum. That's a reference. That's a dash map reference. Okay, checksum, DB. If this returns a none, it should bail out. But it's not. Somehow it's returning it. I want that there. I keep looking for it below it. Mutate database. Okay. Refresh database. Checksum. Remove database. Is this not working? we get from this? We should get something back. How do I assert that it is none? Let's see. Let db equals blah. Or it should be something. Okay. DB is none. No. Oh. Because this is the wrong path. It doesn't want that. It wants this. I don't remember why. The mistake was giving it the full path. Why? Why do we give it just... I don't know. Oh, there we go. There's our old one. Okay. Option return none because now it doesn't exist. We add it back. There we go. Left, right. That is a much more reasonable number. It should be repeatable. Okay. So we expect that 3 pages change. Replicate. Expected page count. Let's say 3. Not need that. We do get a page count back. And and we check that the pages we did receive back, the checksums are what we expected. Arguably, this doesn't need to be a vector. This could be like a hash map. And yeah, page number -1. That can go away. This goes away. Oh, dot insert. This could just be the page number. Okay. Page count is just the length. Okay. Select. Select the pages that have been updated. All right. And it works. Let's go back to context. Clean up our debug. I call that in the function below. Set database states, set database info. Hmm. All right, let's get that committed. All right, y'all. We're at the 4 hour mark. I'm going to stop for the day. Got some other stuff to do. So, let's see. Who shall we raid today? Same category. Well, I'm going to choose random here. Somebody's making a Godot thing. We'll see y'all. And if you stuck it out this long, please follow, subscribe, whatever. I don't know. This is going to YouTube and Twitch. So, like it, all that jazz. Till next time. Bye bye.